Good evening. I am here. It is early-ish. Not as early as I was hoping, but early-ish. Let me do a quick sound check. Hoping, but early-ish. Good. Good. Anyway, I don't want to waste too much time tonight, because this is my last stream until I get back from PAX East, and I really want to finish Chapter 3 of this game. This is the longest single chapter of this game, and the second longest single chapter of the entire Great Ace Attorney series. I think only the 5th chapter of the first game is longer individually. I know 4 and 5 are shorter each, but they're also two halves of the same chapter, apparently. So it's like, that's the longest altogether, but in terms of single cases, this is the longest one of the game. So I want to jump into this now, because I'm going to probably need the whole evening to get through this. And if I finish early, I'm just going to stop, because I'm probably not. So, last time we discovered that the incident at the fairgrounds, the exhibition grounds, was likely not an accident, but a full-blown murder done by one of the people who helped construct this platform, a mysterious enigma known as Enoch Dreber. Also, apparently, we found out that Cosmo's body was never properly unloaded at Hong Kong when the boat stopped there a year prior. So, don't know what that's about. And also there's a mysterious masked figure in Van Zeek's office who is his apprentice that does not talk, and we do not know who it is. So, wonder how that ties into everything else going on here at the moment. I'm still a little fucky in the throat because I've been doing this for a week straight now. Again, this will be the last stream before I go to PAX. I'm leaving Thursday morning. Tomorrow I need to pack and go to bed early. And I will be back Monday evening, and I will probably start streaming Tuesday. I might be able to get through all of Chapter 4 and 5 next week, but I don't think I'm going to try to. I think I might just do 4, and then cliffhanger, do something else for the remaining days until I go to FWA, and then when I get back from that, I will finish Greatest Attorney 2 and whatever else I got going on, which, as of currently, looks like there may be 2 new games coming out next week that I might want to play, both of which are pretty short. So, we'll see what happens. Anyway, we're at the forensics laboratory now. We saw the coroner who was mentioned in the autopsy report. Courtney Scythe, I believe her name is. And we're apparently here to visit her. And there's a skeleton, and a crow, and an owl. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. Also, yes, beep beep. More like, bah, bah, I'm a sheep. Anyone who doesn't know who I'm talking to would not understand that at all. Which is going to be everyone. It looks as though the doctor is in here. I left the costumes on. I'm just going to leave them on until the end of this case. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Kirby music plays. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk, there's no music here. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I could just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. The ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there's also things like that salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Death. I don't like how deathly quiet it is in here. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably is some rare medical condition. Examples of some rare medical condition. Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! As I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course. I don't know. What is that? I don't know. That's looking vaguely organish. There's a spine in this one. Look. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you can consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast-iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. That's me. I can't breathe out of my nose half the time. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in your office instead. Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case! The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are really skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of that case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Okay. Oh, well, looks like I've kind of explored everything, huh? I don't think there's any spots I've missed. Oh, wait. The book. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Ah! Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Did you hear about the GBA emulator that they found in the Switch dev kits, which may or may not be real? And apparently the emulator's called Sloop. S-L-O-O-P. What is that supposed to mean? Also, apparently it was developed by Nintendo of Europe. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Or Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Oh, I like her theme. Dr. Scythe, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... Nope, not one bit. So I'm not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything? You're clearly too good for me to show you anything again, ever. like the caduceus around her on her tie. I'm looking for the talk option. I keep forgetting it's converse. Your findings. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right! If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Yeah, apparently it's a GBA emulator, and also, it can also run Game Boy. There's also an emulator for Game Boy and Game Boy Color, but it's weird because apparently it treats every title as its own application. Like every game would be one of these on the menu, as opposed to just a collection like in here. So it must be very early. It must not be finalized. But, who knows? Who could say, really? I'm assuming we'll end up hearing about it sometime this year, and it'll be part of the expansion pass. Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? Up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. She's got a what? Who is this? Oh, it's a girl. Young girl. Oh, I like this. Mama, what is this? Ah, well, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mama. Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? Oh, no. I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you could very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they could look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. $39. Bohemian Boy. I like how they don't actually put his name there. I guess the only place left to go is the experimentation stage right now. Great exhibition grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Aw, Puppo. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. So just to interject here, completely unrelated, I mentioned this yesterday. The playdates have started shipping, and I was like, "Oh, cool! Something I can unbox and not have to, and not stream, just play on my own." It fucking turns out that there is going to be an app that lets you connect the playdate to the computer and stream it. And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?" And these games are short, so I could do like a exhibition of them maybe at some point. So that's definitely going to happen, but we'll see. The way it works is that when you get it and activate it, you get 2 games a week. And apparently these games only last a few minutes each. But you can also make custom games for it, which is really cool. Excuse me. Wait. Hold on one second. Music. Okay, sorry. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, is that... Oh, that was Gregson. I thought that was, Gina. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman that's so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you not to notice. Ugh. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. And he's the only one of the 4 people mentioned in the broadcast that's still alive, so I don't know what that means. Or so we believe at this point. 2 people are definitely dead. 1's alive, and one is in limbo, apparently. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Alright, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep. I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh, no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted, then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it is an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. You don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into her I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into her slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. Whew, man, that's a line. I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you are the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Oh my god, he's so cute. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the Great Britain exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know, perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Oh look, a flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certainly death. It would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? Wasn't by studying alone. Okay, did you see it was the same topic? Gina. It's on autoplay. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you could do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. Oh, yeah, she hasn't seen it. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is what you were thinking of. That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't the case that Special Dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Now, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying all this above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things odd for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other Cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What is his name again? Mr. Dreber, you mean? Enoch Dreber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Dreber. Wonder if they've had any luck. It's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scowlin' Reaper's what's always glugging down glasses of the blood-red plunk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always added in for me, that Cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Dreber at all? Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flamin' rude, Odo. A slight overreaction, don't you think? Ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how do they put it? Bork. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. And since Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ha, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby Ears got a good whiff of your drawers, it could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he could swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog is such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby Ear's Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Somebody had just chucked him out in the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble... actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. Well, say, let's have a whiff, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. His sense of smell is so good he can track people all over oceans, can't he? Professor Harebrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Dreber's workshop. Dog cannon fire! I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent to this oil, Toby could lead us down to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Dreber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Somebody's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as we, Gina. As well. Whoop. As we? Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Get that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. Got that oil scent. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads into that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we could find out. Great exhibition grounds, experimentation. Oh my, so this is the machine? That was used to deceive people into thinking that instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Not so sure about that, Ryunosuke. Oh, look, is that... Lord Van Zeeks? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we could stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. boop, 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 1 second. Sorry, I have to send a message to someone. As it's getting close to PAX now, I have to kind of follow up with people on stuff. Make sure that no one's getting left out. Alright. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrine said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I understand the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. I might need it for the trial. Yeah, let's just jam that whole bird cage into our pockets. The wooden cage that was used in Professor Harebrine's experiment, this cage with the victim inside, excuse me, not the crystal, crashed down into the crystal tower. I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think romance will be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Miss Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me in on that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Okay then. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wooden paper construction have excellent ventilation, and I've realized that British buildings, being made from brick and stone, are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. Oh, he would not get along with my friend. Lols, very well. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. Anytime I think of onion, I think of Lols because he's a big fan of onion. And it's like nothing. That's not a joke, and like something that needs to be followed up on. He just really likes onion. Least approachable man in the world, winner. 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. You and your country and your assistants stand firmly behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then. Look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Crashed down with the victim inside, causing damage to its base. Interesting. There's like nothing else to observe here. To think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it, then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in this historic incident? In that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Dreber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in the court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering... I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Sasato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Horns, excuse me. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had the black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Dreber has been entered into the court record. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Yeah, okay, yeah. It's... Oh my god, this is so obvious now. Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sasato-san can see it, too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Okay, I had a feeling they were going to follow up on this very quickly. But, yep, I guess he's alive. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced me to him about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Of course, he's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Alright, we're really going down that route. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. Fucking knew it. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can do here for now. If we can just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Dreber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Cyrus told me all about his latest unusual venture. There's something I missed in here with the Susato that I have to find. Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san is really after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha. What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, huh? Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in doubt of that. Surely. Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I had understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, do you? There's a shovel somewhere, and I guess it's in the other exhibit. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer stance leave him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Very spoopy. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Enoch Sholmes. Oh no! Susato-san! Susato-san! My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I am yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only in the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Two Spells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Mr. Sholmes, about this... Oh, okay. Threepence. Odie Asmund. Yes, a fearsome adversary. What? You mean you fought him? I once infiltrated his criminal organization in order to investigate the man and his activities. But he saw through my disguise instantly. I still remember what the man said to me now. What was it? Whoever saw such a tall old lady? Old lady? Indeed, but my special disguise hasn't seen the light of day again since that humiliation. Mrs. Minicle is retired. Mrs. Minicle? I'd give my right arm to see that. Oh, I don't have the card anymore. I'm like, where's the business card? I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of defense and law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced, equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. That's entirely understandable. They are such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? And the thing about the scales of justice is, they're always leaning one way or another, only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. So I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm, just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I think that's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with your reading in bed and the like? We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Dreber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Dreber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself with, and little to fill my stomach with. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery, and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, and he was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It is of Mr. Enoch Dreber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it at the exhibit from which it was taken, behind these thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need to only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. What the hell is this tripping about? I don't know. Gratefully received. So the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure. It's gonna be the Professor. It's gonna be Enoch, isn't it? Well, the money's been sent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. 23rd October. Add him to spells. Special exhibit. Yet diddling. Oh god. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mrs. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit like that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get to what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth is the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mrs. Sato, yes? That's a spade, isn't it? You little bitch, we're not doing this now. No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. Oh, I spit there. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would a man be in the graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. I think I have to check the spade one more time in Chapter 4 to get the achievement. Camera, okay. Looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we could see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through in the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? That's quite the large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this... Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh, fuck. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Dreber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibition? This exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as the madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. He certainly is spooky looking, yeah. Very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Rat ions. Ah. Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors were supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't have ever really happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it'd start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only I'd had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such horrifying ideas, Mrs. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught in just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the Waxworks jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Small fragment of very unusual and thick glass found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Early in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of the glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Ooh, excuse me. I had a lot to eat tonight. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, when I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me by the time... Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Blood? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. Dark staining is visible on the bellows. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh yes, you're quite right, of course. Of course, it's Sato-san. She looks devastated. But we found blood on the inside. The Resurrecting Convict. I believe I told you a little bit about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man, came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Dreber. He saw it happen? Bum. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Dreber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Dreber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was created even here, at Madame Tuspel's. I could quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Dreber was doing in here in the first place. Why was he in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night? Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact that the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No. But that would mean Mr. Dreber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation. Yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't have really come back to life. That's not possible. But Dreber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight, as a result of shock, It's hard to believe that the incident was an out-and-out lie. I can't scream. I'm too sleep. Well, what the bleeding nor, Otto? What have you gotten done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, that's so loud in the museum. Madame Two Spells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Dreber's workshop? Yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. Got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. You go, don't mind me, I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place, in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. And there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go. Whoa. 23rd October, Enoch Dreber's workshop. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got you then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's the miracle worker. I thought your lot would show up before long. Oh, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, you open to snoop around in here, I get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson. Very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Whew. Could take a break for a second here. Oh, yeah. I am going to try to go to bed super early tomorrow night. Because I have to wake up, I think. When is my bus? I have to actually look that up. Oh my god. It's 9:05 in the morning. Oh man. When do I have to get the train? Heavy rail route. Okay. No, I don't want this schedule. I just want to know where the friggin... Oh my god, I hate NJ Transit. PDF. Do you not offer that anymore? Printer-friendly timetables. There we go. Raritan Valley, weekdays. Wait, which... I'm going to Newark. Okay. Penn Station. Okay. So as long as I get there by 8:03, I should be fine. So what time do I have to leave my town? Okay. Alright, that works. If I'm ready to go, I can make do with getting up, around when I thought I would. But I do definitely want to get a lot of sleep, if possible. Better than 6 a.m. It's close. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and set 2 alarms right now for that day. Alright, that's close enough. And I'll just tick those off for the night. Oh boy. I need to, like, shake my head a bit. Sitting here reading just makes me want to fall asleep after a while. It does get tiring. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? Is it an impressive-looking back massager? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. Enoch Dreber, 35. Oh god, I'm the same age as him. Almost. A trickster who seems to be both an engineer and magician. He constructed the machine that Professor Harebrain's demonstrated. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Dreber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Royal Science Trophy for Excellence in Science that was found in Dreber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Dreber really was a very talented scientist. Nothing else hidden here? Nothing secret? Look, it's a Mario Kart trophy. Tilted and spin. It's the Mario Kart 64 trophy. Bop, bop, ba, ba, da, 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 da. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be in a holding back position. Holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? Congratulations. I think that's just those two, Mrs. Sato. Oh, arrows. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Dreber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Crossbow found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. It belongs to Mr. Enoch Dreber. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over here from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I can have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Oh, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Dreber must have fled at first sight of danger. Or not. Oh. Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise on the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Oh my, someone is in there. It's like the secret passage. They're probably hiding in a secret room from the way it sounded. Probably from probably like the secret room in Shiver City in Paper Mario. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I can unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. It's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. There's footprints on the ceiling. What's happened here? There's is that dynamite? Why is everything upside down? Oh yeah, everything's up. Yeah, what the hell? Look, everything is turned upside down. Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe it was the sound of Dreber running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that can afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling? Blow me. What do we hear then? Oh, Gregson, don't say that. People will take you up on that offer. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. Must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive, too. It wasn't finished in the workshop, though. Or maybe I was. This is all the same thing. Large back room behind Mr. Dreber's workshop. All the furniture in here is upside down. I feel like this should be the thumbnail for this part. Just the shot of Mr. Sholmes staring casually at dynamite. There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Sasato shoot-up or something? Like a Sasato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here, per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? That's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. There was a whole sequence with the safe last night in the season premiere Better Call Saul, and it's absolutely ridiculous what they have to do to open it. The amount of effort that they have to do to open the safe in that show was ridiculous. And what they did beforehand with it was ridiculous too. Again, I have to be very vague because I don't want anyone who hasn't seen it yet to be spoiled. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. That's how Wario would do it. Wario would just steal the entire safe. He'd say, fuck whatever's inside, I just want the safe. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floors as well, I suppose. Why not? I mean, fuck, who cares? Why? I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. Then up there. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. Never seen anything like it before. Okay. Looks like a bunch of thick cigars wrapped in a large watch to me, but Mr. Sato, what's the matter? Whoa, I switched the voices around there. That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say... a time bomb? Sorry, but... what is a time bomb, exactly? Eh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then what is it? Is it an alarm clock? It is, isn't it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene before we receive... The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Dreber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without a doubt, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is great detective civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. He looks very upset. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction. Deduction? Is that the second time I've done that? I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Like how changed back to his old clothes. Hey, at least we get to see him dance in the DLC clothes. We finally get a better look at Naruhodo in his clothes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that... Indeed. The key here... Oh, there's a code to the safe. Is gravity. It appears that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. 43258 something. The gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth of the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in the dream of mine. Only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. There's a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything is in here turned upside down. The reason why everything in here is turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts here was reversed by Mr. Dreber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream once I had when I fell out of bed. Okay, why did switching back to the normal clothes there? Because gravity was reversed. Cool. I like the inconsistency here, how, like, because it had to be photos, so the clothes change when they go in and out. That's great. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain is his actions. Is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Dreber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight. That is... Whoa. By inverting the gravity in here, Dreber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Dreber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape to the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one into the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Dreber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity, and fled via the skylight. Let me change my clothes really quickly. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Escaped via skylight. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Now we're gonna do the ellipses. No one's gonna say anything because we're all like in disbelief that he could be so dumb. Except Susato. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century... It's no more possible than the instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Nothing's improbable, Mario. Nothing's impossible, Mario. Improbable, maybe. God, that's a movie. When are we getting a trailer for the new Mario movie? When the fuck is that happening? Is Nintendo really waiting for, like, E3 to unveil that? I really hope not. That's gonna be such trouble, man. Legitimately worried what that movie's gonna be like. On the flip side, I've heard Sonic 2 is really good. I really want to watch both of them at some point. I hate that Detective Pikachu 2 got scrapped, too, because Detective Pikachu was a really fun movie. Had a lot of cool ideas portrayed in it, especially towards the end. There was a couple plot points that I thought were really relevant to my my particular interests. But yeah, the sequel got canceled. There's supposed to be a sequel game, and it never happened. So I don't know what the frig is going on there. Okay, one sec. Okay. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Dreber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find due ropes. And as evidence of such, you'd only look to the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. The argument is a circular coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's deductions will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Dreber gets too far away. But I'll still do theatrics because I'm addicted to it. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, and the lamp. Everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling. Why am I reading... Why do I keep doing that? I keep rereading the same thing. Every time I do one of these, I'm like, wait, I'm not rereading this. Why am I doing this? Gravity. I feel the gravity. What's that from? That's the ending theme to Wolf's Rain. God, that was an anime. To think that gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato. When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that it shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Upright vase, huh? Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, this slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somewhat makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Ah, look, Mrs. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. But I was thinking it very loudly.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all furniture in this room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. It's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know that this contrivance is in fact not an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned every piece of furniture over in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery that very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with gravity, isn't he? Or with this. I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let us look around and see if the answer presents itself. We've already established that the gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it actually is. But I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Safe combination, obviously. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe 432582. 11037. Safe, as in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my rune upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my rune upside... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered what he'd written on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Dreber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Find the safe combination. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain is his actions is above our heads. Yes, how it is possible that there are footprints all the way up in the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. Excuse me. was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Shoe up here. Oh, there's footprints. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you could see, there are footprints on this balloon, too. Look. Oh, yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? But what it tells us, I'm not sure. I guess it's the footprints.
Take that!
Rather the shoe. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon was and inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume that the balloon here is the model of the one used on that day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah. Most probably, Dreber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just have to throw the rope up to the balloon, then pull it down for us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? It was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Dreber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Dreber has hidden inside that balloon? Blammo. Is that the head? Yeah, it's the head. Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sasato. Excellent. Ah, of course. Headless waxwork model. In case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. but I believe Madame Two Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Two Spells and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Dreber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the Waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Dreber's workshop. Head of the Professor Waxwork that was stolen from Madame Two Spells' special exhibit. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Dr. Mr. Dreber? As it seems quite possible that he escaped via the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be in here in this room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Dreber is right here somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Dreber's hiding place must be the...
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises in from here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Dreber... is at this very moment inside the safe. He farted. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. Solved. Oh. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 2... 4, 3, 5... Sasato, you can't even remember it. 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright then. Here goes. You found me. Oh, he's a robot. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Dreber, I presume? Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the depth of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or just get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Crying face. Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Whew, I would push it, Mr. Sholmes. I still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that sideways glance in aid of, Mr. Naruhodo? I thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Dreber has to say for himself. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself that was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had to itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. It might surprise you to learn that I'm actually a lawyer from the Empire of Japan. I detest lawyers. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to grind down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. Terrifying not being able to scratch an itch, yeah. Any chance two negatives might make a positive? Mr. Dreber, look at this, please. Do you, have anything to say about it? Are these strange mechanical movements supposed to be some sort of answer? Watching that sped up is really good. I don't think he's going to be super helpful about this. Can he do the worm? Probably. Alright, he's not reacting to anything. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Dreber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. No kill chips, please, those are good, yeah. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It is no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Gregson is not happy. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the Waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team is here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you all allowing this lawyer to access him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such an sour expression on your face, you were quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes... Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set here, with this lot disarmed. Inspector? Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Dreber? You rustling my jimmies, buddy? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... That one? You mean... Oh no. Oh shit. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Shit. I hope those guards were okay. That would have sucked. They probably didn't get damaged. Whew. Trial Part 3. Okay. I want to see something real quick. 24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Two things I want to check. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything regarding the spade. I think that was the only one I had to do. I think the only one left is in Chapter 4. I can't remember. Yes, it is. Okay. And then there's 2 of these. And then just finish everything else. Okay, so there's one thing I have to do in Chapters 4 and 5, and then I have to do this in Chapter 4. So we'll get one more accolade this case, and then the rest is all going to be 4 and 5. Cool. Let's turn these off, too. I know I was going to say keep them on the whole stream, but we've already had them for over a stream at this point, so back to normal clothing. Before I continue, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the, go use the restroom, and maybe grab a snack or something. Something quick and easy. Probably not, actually. I think I might just come back and play more. Alright, one moment. I'll be back in a few. Oh, I just remembered something. Because I always have OBS positioned all the way to the right of the screen, so it's always cutting the piece off. But instead of stop recording, I have a pause recording button. Let me try to see if I could just maybe, like... Alright, we're back. I used the magical pause recording button that I keep forgetting exists on OBS because it's so far to the corner that, like, I have to, like, not have the window fully put to the right, otherwise it overlaps it. Because there's a bit of the, like, if I keep it this way, there's a bit of chat that gets obscured. I can make chat smaller, though, but I also kind of don't want to, because then it's, like, not right. I mean, I guess that works. Let me save it. Okay, that's actually perfect. It's just weird because now the lines are going to get cut off sooner. Okay, cool. So we're going to resume Chapter 3, Day 3. Before I do that, though, I just want to see how many more chapters there are in this, because I want to get a good feel of how long this is going to take. Okay, so we're at 17, and we've got 3 more testimonies left and a summation examination. I know that kind of spoils what's going to happen, but come on, we can kind of figure out what's going to happen. Alright, and we've got about... I mean, if I really need to, I can go to 4, so we've got about 3 hours to finish this. And I think it should be more than enough, because we're 8.5 hours into this case, and that's how long it takes if you don't actually play the case and you have story mode enabled. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, man, I forgot his voice already. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. I like that Charmander emote. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor... Oh, now, Were you mocking me? No? Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witnesses' stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Sure you have overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me off the bed. Like glitched out there. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Fries, yeah. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy, excuse me. He was then found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I'm sure Courtney's name is going to be attached to this. Autopsy report of the mass murderer known as the Professor, who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Condemned prisoner. Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym, the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Stevens? Wait a minute. So it's Scythe. It's Scythe before she got married. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. A slowly ladder at the yard, or just doing what we can. And in the shadow of a great detective, Sholmes, of course. Actually, wait, sorry, was it? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. So the only person that looks realistic is Gregson. I guess. He's less anime than the rest of them. Yeah, exactly. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Dreber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Oh yes, you completely forgot who's going to be here today, didn't you? Whip. Dumb question, but do you know if Vinny's going to PAX? I don't think he is. I think he would have mentioned if he was going. Either that or he's going in secrecy. I think his days of doing conventions as like a panelist are done for now. I think he's a little too concerned because of, you know, the pandemic and I guess, you know, all the stuff he went through in the last year. He's been through, he's done a lot of self-reflecting. I don't think he's going to be there. If he is, he's not going to be a panelist. He's going to be undercover and no one's going to see him. Or people might see him. Who knows? But again, that's a question for Vinny, not me. I would love to meet him if he was going to be there, but I've already got enough people to say hi to while I'm going to be there, so We'll see. I've already met him in person, too. I met him at a barcade in 2014 at the Vine Sauce meetup. I played Smash with him. I played the Smash 3DS demo with him for a bit. And then we stood outside and listened to him tell the same stories he told on stream, except it was funnier because we were standing in front of him. We were crowding around him like a circus attraction. 9:30 a.m. Excuse me. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution defense ready to proceed? Say hi for you? Oh, sure. I'm pretty sure I've told him about you when I met him in person. Alright. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks is his apprentice with them. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh, he's got like a saber. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we could do at the moment. I know, but, oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's being said on both sides of the fence, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wow, she is attacking that corn. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Must be some real good corn, yeah. When I went to Medieval Times last year, I had corn that was pretty good, but nothing compared to homemade boiled corn. Medieval Times was really fun. I would love to go there again with my friends. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high-voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? Explosion? This is an outrage! You like roasted corn? Best stuff. It's even better with butter and parm cheese. That sounds good. I think I'd like that. I like it just boiled on the cob with some salt, maybe a little butter. Especially if it's sweet. If it's sweet corn. Good. Good stuff. Yes, I heard the grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Dreber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. Metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. post-explosion photograph. My favorite musician, post-explosion. So it's open and there's something down there. And I don't see anything else of note around the edge here. That would be important. Oh, wait. Is that a pocket watch I see over here? Maybe? That looks like something. No, it's too blurry. Late yesterday afternoon. The protection afforded by the machine by the Special Dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine who ultimately caused the loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been made clearly stated. I don't know why I said made there. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Dreber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too. I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinarily sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Dreber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. So our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. The court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
The frame rate just dropped there? But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
We've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... It's not fair. procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints. I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely, to give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Dreber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys upon innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Yeah! Approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and they won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Dreber?
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated by someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just as the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How'd you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had a broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting many-fold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? I sneeze. Whew, boy. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in an instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
Hold it!
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the beginning. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could not have been a trick. Did the victim have a twin? He looks nothing like him. Head first. Wait a minute, that's wrong. It crashed down with the victim inside, causing damage to its base. If it hit head first, wouldn't it have been damage from the top?
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you could see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, had sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet onto the it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene. The birdcage that was... The birdcage that... God damn. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at the base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower. Yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet onto the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, in fact, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. He's just doing his job. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick. It's a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Dreber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Objection!
Oh shit, that didn't work. Defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again.
Hold it!
You want another potato chip peanut butter cup? I want to try one of those. If I see one at the if I see one at Penn Station on Thursday morning, I'll pick one up to eat on the bus ride over. It's gonna be a 5-hour bus ride too. I better grab breakfast while I'm at the station, and then maybe get a couple snacks to eat on the way there. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact over the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance of the birdcage fell. Can't go wrong with a banana or some jerky. Oh, true. Well, I could bring a Jack Links with me, maybe, to eat on the ride over there. Jack Links and maybe get a drink at the station before I go. Difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Nowhere else that high for the cage to fall from.
Objection!
I wasn't right either. In that photograph. Did I present the balloon? I don't know what to present here. Ugh. Didn't I present this one already?
Objection!
I did. Fuck. Nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from inside the balloon. Did I not present the green cloth, maybe? I don't think that... I don't know.
Objection!
That wasn't right either. Shit. Alright, I'm about to lose. Oh, you know what? Some of that oats and honey granola bar. Nah, nothing granola-y. I don't know. I don't know what this is. Did I not do something right? Hold on.
Hold it!
Objection!
Oh, this is gonna annoy me now because I'm gonna spend way too much time on this, and I'm not gonna finish it.
Hold it!
It has to do with that statement.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Oh, we already pressed that one multiple times now. See, this is getting annoying.
Objection!
See, I thought it would be this. Because this hole's opened here, but, like, apparently not. That's not good enough. I already presented this and the scrap cloth. That wasn't right. The hole wasn't right. No.
Objection!
Yeah, I don't know. It sucks. Oh my god, no. Yes, okay.
Guilty!
We have to really...
Guilty!
Wow, getting a game over in this game
Guilty.
sucks. They really punish you for it.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Retry from this scene. Yes. Retry from the start of the current scene. at least it keeps the red text activated. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we got it. Okay, birdcage.
Objection!
Gracious, blah 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 blah. Fucking fuck.
Objection!
Objection!
No, I'm not yeah, but blah 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 fucking blah, man.
Hold it!
Okay. Alright, how do we crack this nut here? Kinesis clearly took place because nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. What about the fucking balloon? Jesus! Or what about the hole on the stage?
Objection!
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. See, now I'm just frustrated because, like, the answer's obvious, but it's not coming to me. Like, none of the stuff is working here.
Objection!
It was the fucking blueprint. God damn it. I hate when it's, like, the most obscure shit. Like, why would I have to pull up the diagram? We know what the distance in the diagram. Are we saying it's the ledge above it, maybe, I guess? I don't know. I actually have no clue. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Maybe it was on that ledge above it. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into Crystal Tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place at which you were referring to on the same diagram. Excuse me. The alternative location for which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. Oh no, it isn't the ledge up there.
Take that!
So it is the trapdoor that we're looking at. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence for the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. He's just standing there menacingly. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Dreber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Dreber. Whoa.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly. Someone get the oil, he's stuck. But surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Dreber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Dreber entered the victim with Mr. Asmund. It reads, Mr. Dreber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Dreber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Dreber having done so as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Contract between Mr. Asmund and Mr. Dreber detailing the terms on which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. It's true, if Dreber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage onto the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Investor Mr. Odie Asman hereby enters contract with the provider Mr. Enoch Dreber to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Dreber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income. Mr. Dreber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. But it would seem the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 bird cage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Dreber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. It points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Dreber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume, you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Dreber had an accomplice, or if he even really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Did Dreber have an accomplice or not? The defense is ready to name Mr. Dreber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. I think I know who it is. So your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Dreber's accomplice?
Take that!
Courtney. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Because think about it, if we couldn't find the 2 bird cages from after the autopsy report's done, the coroner's the only person who could have probably tampered with stuff. And clearly she's got something going on, so... She's pivotal to this case. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Dreber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? I bet Enoch's married or something. Or their brothers or their siblings. You know, there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to take the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how the body stunt double was, boo-boo-boo-boo? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Mr. Asman's body double. Wait, what? Be my guest. Give us a name. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! In place of Mr. Asman, the second birdcage was... I'm assuming it's a wax figure of him, but... Is it... Do I pick him, or do I pick... Madame Two Spells? Oh, I'll just do both.
Take that!
Nope, that was wrong. Have a head, try using it. Let's get to reconsider your answer, counsel. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Ha! Body double inside the second birdcage was... I don't have anything else regarding the wax statues, so...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is that fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself, and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is it there? Wait, why is that body double there?
Objection!
Why is it here? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. It's time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Dreber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Dreber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Dreber? At first I couldn't see why Mr. Dreber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist? That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience? And that to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Cool. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? No, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime for which he is charged. The jurors' contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without the right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it's Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not this model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. What sort of problems? Let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? What are you calling a mass murder? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. The apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Oh, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere before recently. Wait, we have? Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now. Have we heard the name Stevens somewhere? What are Yasmin? I don't know where we've heard that name at all. That's interesting. One of the jurors, maybe? Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner, even then.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street that was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And there was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrels responsible. And they're like 10 years ago, then? That's right, O. The woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. Thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but wouldn't it be delightfully romantic if they were somehow have mutual interest in the waxwork? Romantic? Women of society such as myself use everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner or woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, and perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have enough of even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Let's talk to you without doing the thing. Sometimes they even cook up a store. Okay, the police cook up a store to even extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, it is what I say, that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen as a star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland yardstick. A policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks at the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response.
Hold it!
But he claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more to one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this birdcage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. Not sure exactly how much the criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps his mind could be changed if we manage to present some suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Well, I could state quite categorically, sir, we have no evidence to present at such time. That much was abundantly clear before that brassy proclamation, I assure you. And why you could count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leaning. Oh dear. That proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo. If we had some evidence, things might be different, though.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's being a bit grown back in the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, that nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I have something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble nobble guilty bobble, nibble nobble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Okay, really? Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back at home? So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. My tummy's awfully full already. Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you could glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you could read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she? What did you say? Ah, that woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish, the word never passed by my lips. I never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game. The point you're trying to make is that Dr. Seitz is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud! I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary.
Objection!
That wasn't right. Wow, they're just blowing him off. Mrs. Sato, no one's listening to what I'm saying. That's supposed to be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruhodo. Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. Ah! Sounds like I'm only on the wrong track here. Better think again. I don't know. Oh man, this is hard. There's a corner even then. Okay. Maybe one of these two, but I don't know which one.
Objection!
Oh, was that? Okay. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? Well, what can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. Oh, okay. Because she was the coroner of that case. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I much very hope that you have their substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I'd ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. No, not a contract.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's... But that man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the Professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Dreber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from Madame Two Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we've yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Dreber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Alright, 2 more.
Hold it!
Why'd I do that? Alright, I gotta present evidence to the guy. Oh my god, we gotta do this again.
Hold it!
Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. You don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely... Oh, right. Yeah, the glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of the broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed in front of you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. I guess I gotta pit these two.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman here says he's right, then he must be. See? I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who got stuff in between the ears. Mission complete. Success! If you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, and against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Waxwork, the despicable professor, uses a body double for the victim, and this is quite an extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Dreber and Dr. Scythe. I see something. Did they change his profile? No. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad, but I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall adjourn for 45 minutes, During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madam Tispels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Ugh. October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Ah, the knight-errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine that even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Dreber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in this trial is a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection with any other. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Dr. Scythe! Or Sith, I actually don't know. Dr. Courtney Scythe, nee Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What part in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being a complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I've no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Sus. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. "12:40 p.m. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Dreber's responsible, and I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. I guess the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we've got to go on. Oh my god, she's killed him. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving into that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. Ugh. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, there is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say that what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have the key here, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. Yes, sorry. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get his hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles. Sorry, I skipped that last line. What was it? What principles? The family two spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the two spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. There's a model on display still today on the House of Horrors. We two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, Madame Two-Spell's special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Two-Spell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Mr. Dreber's dreadful encounter. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as was reported by eyewitnesses who saw it. Mad sheep rampage. I want to read that story. Man rises from grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. It's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This Waxworks links Dr. Dreber to Dr. Scythe. Oh man, I'm tired. And there's to be some reason for that, which hasn't come to light yet. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Dreber were in on this crime together. Executed criminal returns from the dead of night. Monday, this looks like June or July. Probably July, I don't know. The Great Stink. Parliament's to finally address the foul issue. Mayor's Parliament has long last resolved to relieve the citizens of the horrifying stench. Carries on the slightest breathing, carries into the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. Oh, great suicide. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. And for his highly important contributions to research in fields of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Mr. Darwin joins the rank of such monumental figures. Is this moving? Ah, man. Mad Sheep Rampage. Just beyond the prison. The foul demon's execution newly arrived if your professor forced off the grave cover as he was clawed free. The young man who witnessed a shock, shriek, gunshot, blah 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 blah. Mr. Enoch Dreber, disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of the student dorms. Okay, that might link them together. That's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Mr. Dreber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor's the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that the Waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. Draws a profound connection to the professor as well.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no one would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. It's a rumor that was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. I was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab uncovering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. God, no. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why they were in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today in your museum, isn't it? This special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know? What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make me a waxwork. Commença. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to this one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of this special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of the spells. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to scope him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present would know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret! I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in this history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take impressions of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs after recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the bodies begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Oh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from Madame Tuspel's. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I have a feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien, sir. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon I described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that correct? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so versed in the subject. None, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like. I think corpses should be your domain. I am not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. As dawn approaches, every word that could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she said particularly significant? Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. I may amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Objection!
What? What's wrong?
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had to pay the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then? It already pays the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret. The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on.
Objection!
Okay, because it was 4 in the morning, so it was 4 hours after execution. Madam Tispels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that the problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But this man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seit's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Oh, we're really piling it on the Courtney now. Order, order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night. Without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
What happened that night is written in very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at a local cemetery. You're suggesting that it was a corpse, coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. My oi, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, that was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? It literally says in the article his name, that you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Dreber. Dreber. The previous witness. A special exhibition in the House of Horrors at Madame Tispels' Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, the young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Dreber. Order, order, order! Surely not counsel. Dreber was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Dreber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tispels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But that would mean... Madame Tispels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Dreber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. It's the story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. It was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. What? His name was literally revealed here. Who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Dreber. And Mr. Dreber... What? That is, apart from in one newspaper. Oh, okay. The Daily Circus. It's the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Dreber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. You guys read, please. Yeah. Unbelievable. C'est magnifique. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Dreber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid them £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terrible from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who'd been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to the 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name on a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Dreber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Dreber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ugh. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Dreber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Flaming eyes, yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna finish this tonight. God damn it. Maybe if I could get to the last part, maybe I could finish it tomorrow, like, really quickly after work, before I pack up and go to bed. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Dreber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Dreber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Thank you for attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgrunts. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Dreber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the Waxwork. The model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Dreber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. I'm losing my voice. Mr. Dreber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So it was the student who saw it. You could see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Tuspel's, I mean? Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw. Especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Ha ha. What an interesting twist. When at that time, not one person who would take me seriously. Yet here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Dreber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have a screw loose if you believed the corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Dreber and Dr. Sight have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. You call shenanigans, yeah. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to your cross-examination. At once, my lord. In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. We made sure surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why it was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So I went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from Gossip Rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tail. The story was in every major single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name, as I recounted him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well. Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? The Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned criminals. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence I could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. I'm out of breath, I can't perform anymore. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, it was okay.
Hold it!
A young woman being Madame Tispel's, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and... Comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Camera. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tispel's way. It would seem, then, that this very camera Mr. Dreber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip the night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found employment in the somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. You use the deceptive machines to trick the government and private investigators into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Dreber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because of his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to it... Why am I giving it a French accent? I'm so out of it. I've been going for 5 hours. Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Seitz's past, and she desperately wants to hide. Yes, of course. If Dreber and Dr. Seitz are working together now, then if Dreber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way to around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Where the photographic plate goes, I think, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Dreber used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tuspel's. She's very keen on everything as true to life as possible, though, isn't she?
Objection!
And I wasn't right. Oh, man.
Hold it!
Is there any material evidence I could show you really did see the professor? Exhaust all your stamina points. Yeah, same. I'm very tired. Meowdy.
Objection!
Shit, that wasn't it either. Oh, man. Also exhaust your art mana. So many fan arts. It's okay to take a break if you need to. Don't worry about it. It was based on what you witnessed. Thinking back, I never realized I actually saw the professor. Why can't I present something here?
Objection!
Okay, it was the newspaper. Why? I'm sorry, Mr. Dreber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there. And you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. Yeah, I've checked everything. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Dreber, as you've just heard... A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order, order. Well, Mr. Dreber. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I had seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly what how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Yeah, my stamina is definitely at below zero at this point. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from the bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath stilled once more. I'd assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been a rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me!
Called it, sour cream. Madame Tispels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Wouldn't it be fair to say that Mr. Dreber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Dreber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Trevor. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grr. Please, Madame Tispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Dreber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You are making all this up. That will do. Mr. Dreber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Did Sasato say excuse me? No. That never came up in the first, case. The witness reaction. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering of blood. Oh, gotcha, bitch.
Objection!
Mr. Dreber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Dreber. And? Is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward at the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There, just on the bellows. Well, I actually holded it. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Yeah, no, my voice is shot. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Gah. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could it benefit? Mr. Dreber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed. Oh, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of the misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if it meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Dreber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating, in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the Waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Nice. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just sort of the tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Have you considered this, my learned Nibonese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose... And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means, Mr. Dreber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you could back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw a caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Dreber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Establishes a motive and explains why the victim wanted is dead. No clue. There it is. I knew it.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. Every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should have never been written. It is typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, It will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Dreber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Dreber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Dreber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Dreber talked about that article in his testimony. Hard to fake signatures, yep. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it was a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asmund. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Dreber. Yes, it is true. I had to leave the university as a result of the article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Mr. Dreber. Do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have the evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Dreber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Counsel? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Dreber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. As a result of all this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report, as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Dreber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. For God's sakes, yeah. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum for which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Dreber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, it had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution and defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial's set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in your favor, right? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of this trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Tired. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Dreber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution. He's dead, Jim. Also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You're what? Lord Van Zeeks. This is the most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Dr. Dreber. Mr. Dreber. Dr. Dreber's my father. Very well. Okay, I absolutely can't do more of this, because who knows how long the end of this is going to be. Like the after party of this case. God damn it, I don't want to leave this to like fester while I'm at PAX. So here's what I'll do. I'll come back tomorrow, after I pack and everything. I'll come back, I'll finish this case up, and then I'll immediately go to bed. Hopefully it won't take more than like an hour or so. And I'll do it as soon as I'm done. Like, I'll try to do it as soon as possible. So we'll finish this before I leave Thursday. But yeah, we'll have a quick bonus stream tomorrow night to finish it. Immediately going against my set schedule. But yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I'm so shot right now. You all have a good night. If you want to watch more streams, check out twitch.tv/team/wildabandon. Or stick around for my auto host if anyone's streaming on it right now. You all have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow with a very quick finale to this before I go to PAX. Good night.